Bubsy in the Purrfect Collection.
Okay, that is YouTube advertised, Twitter advertised. Make sure to check out me on YouTube. Make sure to check out me on YouTube under the username formerly known as Advertise and Archive. I've now rebranded and rechanged it to simply Goddess_Kira. You can also use the handle at Star Angel Kira 24/7. I also recommend checking out my Twitter at Muses Little Bitch. Make sure to follow me on Instagram as well, Kira Slaying, and of course, make sure you follow me on my Twitch, Goddess_Kira, the main platform that brings all the magic. And we are on Stream-A-Thon day number 2 of 31. Another retro compilation title, and another retro compilation title by the people at Limited Run Games. It is a Bubsy Purrfect collection, a compilation of the 4 major Bubsy titles from the Super Nintendo to the Sega Genesis to the Game Boy, all the way until the PlayStation. It doesn't include the Woolly Strike Back or Paws on Fire, and Bubsy 4D will be coming out later in the year. So I will show off everything. I'll even show off the god-awful animated pilot episode that they did way back in the 90s for this wretched mascot platformer. Of course, Atari developed the game. Atari, who bought Accolade, the publishers and the creators behind Bubsy. They also have a lot of titles under their belt, such as Brett Hull Hockey, Barkley Shut Up and Jam, and Balls. More recently, Balls. Anyway, I will be going mute for the rest of this stream. Make sure to check out my socials, of course, which is scattered all around on my Twitch bio, my YouTube, my Twitter, and check out my Instagram. And also make sure to tune in tomorrow, day 3, 8 p.m, the usual standard time, for I am going to be streaming EA UFC 5. I'll be doing a match card, and that's going to be really good. But yeah, stay tuned, and for UFC 5 tomorrow, and of course later tonight I will be streaming Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection again. It probably will be mute, just like this one, but just sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream.
Bubsy in, a guide to Yamaneko Bubsy no Daiboken, Part 1.
Hello and welcome to this little guide for the Japanese version of Bubsy. Now, the very first game in the series was the only one to receive this kind of release in Japan, and for this release, they didn't just go for the trouble of localizing the stage names, but also Bubsy's spoken voice. So let's take a look at how they did all this. And we start right here at the title screen. Now in English, the title is Bubsy in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, a reference to Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Here, in Japanese, the title reads Yamaneko no Bubsy Daiboken, Mountain Cat Bubsy's Great Adventure. Yamaneko being literally mountain cat or bobcat rather, and Daiboken being big or great adventure, a fairly standard.
So when we got the deal from Accolade, it wasn't very specific on what the game could be. I believe the people that made the deal were just like, just make it a port of the Genesis or Super Nintendo version and put it on the Jaguar. But since those versions had already come out, we didn't think that would be like a compelling thing for the consumer. We thought that the consumer was going to want something new, a fresh take on Bubsy. So for the most part, we had a completely original game. However, when we first started the game, because the Jaguar had the 68,000 processor, similar to what the Sega Genesis had, there probably was some initial code to get the game up and running, but all of that was scrapped as we went further on in development. And there was really no plan to have like a direct one-to-one conversion of, say, the Sega or Super Nintendo version on the Atari. We wanted a whole fresh new game for our audience.
Yeah, I am surprised, and part of it, I guess, is because when you're in the middle of this freelance career creating all this stuff, and you're working for different companies, and you're doing all this stuff.
Bubsy, 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 Bobcat. Bubsy, 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 Bobcat.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? Did I mention I don't like heights?
like a bridge too short. Hey, whatever blows your hair back. saw Elvis back there. Shouldn't that be fearless? Uh-oh. worked for Clint. Well, it worked for Clint. make my day.
Uh-oh.
My contract does not mention paint. Does not mention paint. didn't like this stuff. Next time, I get a stunt cat. veterinarian in the audience. out of here. You can't make me. What, and give up show business? Somebody dial 911. Well, are you still playing this thing? What could possibly go wrong?
Uh-oh.
Dati ka niya. Yan ayaw kang. Baka si Tatit.
Uh-oh.
Dati, dati ka to niya.
Uh-oh.
Dati ka to niya. Yan ayokang. Yan ayokang. Makasih to kit. 任せとけって。しびれないよ。 しびれねえよ。しびれねえよ。しびれねえよ。電気消せないです。電気消せないです。
Uh-oh.
What could possibly go wrong?
Uh-oh.
Dati ka to niya.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What could possibly go wrong? Did I mention I don't like heights? More like a bridge too short. Blows your hair back. Hey, I thought I saw Elvis back there. Shouldn't that be fearless? Uh-oh.
work for Clint. Go ahead, make my day. My contract does not mention paint. Contract does not mention paint. this stuff. there a veterinarian in the audience? Is there a veterinarian? That's it. I'm out of here. You can't make me. What, and give up show business? Somebody dial 911. you still playing this thing? What could possibly go wrong? possibly go wrong?
Uh-oh.
Bubsy in, a guide to Yamaneko Bubsy no Daiboken, Part 1.
Hello and welcome to this little guide for the Japanese version of Bubsy. Now, the very first game in the series was the only one to receive this kind of release in Japan, and for this release, they didn't just go for the trouble of localizing the stage names, but also Bubsy's spoken voice. So let's take a look at how they did all this. And we start right here at the title screen. Now in English, the title is Bubsy in, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, a reference to Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Here, in Japanese, the title reads Yamaneko no Bubsy Daiboken, Mountain Cat Bubsy's Great Adventure. Yamaneko being literally mountain cat, or bobcat rather, and Daiboken being big or great adventure, a fairly standard titling for video games. So, for the first stage, in English it is Cheese Wheels of Doom, a slight nod to Indiana Jones, and Bubsy says,
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, absolutely nothing, my friend. In Japanese, it is Unmei no Kurukuru Kuruma, Spinning Wheels of Fate, still keeping with the nod towards the movie. And Bubsy says,
どうってことねえよ。
no big deal. Second stage in English, it is Forbidden Plummet, another movie nod to Forbidden Planet, and Bubsy says,
Did I mention I don't like heights?
in Japanese, it says Kindan no Rakusai. In Japan, the same movie is called Kindan no Wakusei, Forbidden Planet. But here, it uses the word Rakusei instead, which means plummet. So they managed to retain the same reference. Pretty neat. As for Bubsy, he says,
嫌な予感。
I have a bad feeling about this. Third stage, A Bridge Too Far in English, becomes Dosugi Tashi, a play on the same movie title in Japan, though this time we're literally a bridge way too far. As for Bubsy, he says,
More like a bridge too short.
in English, and in Japanese,
任せとけって。
I got this. As we venture to the carnival, the first stage in English says fair conditioning. Kind of air conditioning, I guess. In Japanese, it reads Sekkyo Carnival, the carnival of screams. And in English, we hear,
Hey, whatever blows your hair back.
and in Japanese,
しびれねえよ。
don't wimp out. Stage 5, Night of the Bobcat, retains its spooky nod in Japanese translations, Night of the Living Neko, or Light of the Living Cat. And in English,
Hey, I thought I saw Elvis back there.
and Japanese,
電気消せレイディ。
oh yeah. Stage 6, Our Fearless Leader, has Bubsy reacting to the title.
Shouldn't that be fearless? Uh-oh.
In Japanese, the title plays on the phrase of Osoro no shiranai, know no fear. However, here, Otoire no shiranai otoko basically means a man who knows no toilet. And Bubsy responds,
恐れでしょ。
shouldn't it be fair, Osore?
Bubsy in, a guide to Yamaneko Bubsy no Daiboken, Part 2.
And we're back with more stages, and for stage 7, we lean on reliable old Clint Eastwood and the spaghetti western genre, with the good, the bad, and the woolies. The Japanese version references a different spaghetti western film, though it's still Eastwood related, Koya no Yoyimbo, Bodyguard of the Wasteland. This is actually the name of Fistful of Dollars in Japan. Here the title reads Koya no Wooly. As for the sound clip, in English we hear,
Well, it worked for Clint.
but in Japanese, this is actually an onomatopoeia for a gunshot. And stage 8 sees us actually referencing the same Eastwood movie as previously seen in the Japanese version, A Fistful of Dollars. And in English, his sample says,
Go ahead, make my day.
so for the Japanese version, the title now reads Koya no ichi doruke dama, a dollar yarn ball in the wasteland. This is a reference to an entirely different movie, Blood for a Silver Dollar, known in Japan as Koya no ichi doru ginka. And as for Bubsy, he says,
怪我するで、俺が。
which basically means someone's gonna get hurt. Me, that is. On to stage 9, we go full-on Costner as we all did in the 90s, with Dances with Woolies in English, an obvious nod to Dances with Wolves. And it's literally the same in Japanese. The English voice, however, says,
My contract does not mention paint.
while in Japanese,
聞いてないよ。
no one told me about this. Now you might remember that these stages in Bubsy are the only ones to have interim stages, between the train and the desert. In English, it says into the canyons, while here in Japanese, it simply reads canyon. On stage 10, we see a play on words with be very careful. Ugh. For the Japanese stage, it reads Beaver-chan no Ichi, a day with Beaver-chan, which seems to be a reference to Leave It to Beaver, known as Beaver-chan in Japan. As for the voice in English, we get,
Hey, I didn't like this stuff.
well, in Japanese,
左よ違うよ。
this isn't in my script. Now let's get our hips moving here with a hardcore headbanger classic, Rock Around the Clock, being punned here in English. For Japanese, well, that's a different story. This is going to get a bit tricky. This says, Niwa ni ha wani wani kawaii wani. This is a play on a famous tongue twister in Japanese, which basically goes, Niwa, 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 tori ga iru. 2 chickens in the yard. Try to say that 10 times in a row fast. For Bubsy, the sentence starts correctly, but Bubsy has it tongue twisted, and he says, Niwa, niwa, wani, wani. Wani is a word for alligator in Japanese, so it's actually a clever nod to the stage itself that has alligators about. For the voice, we get in English,
Next time, I get a stunt cat.
while in Japanese,
ステントにくっつけて。
use a stunt cat. Stage 12, Clause for Alarm, is a straightforward play on Cause for Alarm. In Japanese, it says Kyofu no Suma Ato, Clause of Terror, which is probably a reference to an older 60s television show, Kyofu no Mira. In English, he says,
Is there a veterinarian in the audience?
while in Japanese,
ドクターストップ。
Doctor Stop, or Dokta Stoppu, is a saying in Japanese when your doctor has basically told you to stop doing something that's bad for your health, like playing Bubsy 2 on Game Boy.
Bubsy in, a guide to Yamaneko Bubsy no Daibouken, Part 3.
We're rising up and back on the street as we run into stage 13 with this somewhat unimaginative play on Eye of the Tiger. The Japanese title, Eye of the Noraneko, basically translates to the Eye of the Stray Cat, even though Bubsy's a bobcat, not a stray cat. Either way, in English, he now says,
That's it. I'm out of here. You can't make me.
while in Japanese,
やってらんないよ。
I can't do this anymore. For stage 14, we have no time for pause here in the English version. Pretty self-explanatory, while in the Japanese title, it's a tiny bit different. Here, it says neko no te no kashite, which means lend me a cat hand, playing on the phrase neko no te mo karitai. Basically means I'd even want to borrow a cat's hand, often said when you have too much work in Japanese. For the voice clips, in English we hear,
What, and give up show business?
while in Japanese,
しょうがねえな。
I guess it can't be helped, whatever. Stage 15, we're back on the movie train with Lethal Woolies, a play on Lethal Weapon. And here, the reference is actually the exact same in Japanese. Even the voice clip is similar, as in English we have,
Somebody dial 911.
while in Japanese we have,
救急車呼んで。
call an ambulance. And on to the last stage, we say a farewell to the Woolies as we sign off on the English version with a reference to the movie A Farewell to Arms. Also here, the Japanese version actually references the very same movie, Bukyo Woolies, whereas the original movie is named Bukyo Saraba in Japanese, Farewell Weapons. For the English voice clip, we have,
Well, are you still playing this thing?
for the Japanese, well,
やりまで君ちゃん。
this one actually stumped everyone online and on staff. Maybe Yaraba Dekuruja? So let's just say Bubsy said Mo. And that's it. The show is over, and just like in the English version of the game, Bubsy tells us that we won this together, and so does the Japanese version. So, mata, till next time.
I like to draw from, I can't remember, as far back as I can remember, as soon as I could hold a pencil. I was into drawing, did cartoons for the high school newspaper, won poster competitions when I was in junior high school. So I was the kid that was interested in art. kind of had that, had that reputation through school. I loved comic books. I loved Disney animation. Was inspired by all those things. When I was 19, I took one summer and made an animated film, 8mm single frame in my bedroom with a buddy named Ron Moreland. And we entered it in the Kodak Teenage Movie Awards, and we won 5th place nationally, which was good enough to get our names in the local newspaper. So yeah, I kept on drawing, and when I was about 21 or 22, I was going to comic book conventions because I was a big comic book fan, collected back issues of comics. I became aware of a comic book called Quack that was being published by Mike Friedrich, and it was a small press thing, but did have national distribution. He was selling about 10,000 copies a month, and it was themed cartoon animals, which was my shtick, my forte. It's what I love the most. So I just did a 5-page story completely on spec. Just did the art, the lettering, and everything, and sent it to him. And he accepted it, and it was printed. So that was kind of like my first printed comic. I think I was about 22 at the time. It was 1976, and I was, totally elated. And that meant I could go to science fiction conventions, comic book conventions, set up a table, do sketches for people. I was really interested in animation when I was in high school and beyond, but it became clear to me, especially when I was making that animated film, that I really was just fascinated with the art and the illustration. I wanted to draw the cartoons, I wanted to draw characters, and I didn't care so much about the technical side of filmmaking. But the other thing that was going on was I never believed that I could make a living at this. I was living in a small town north of San Francisco, wasn't in a position where I was going to, move away. So I was taking classes in junior college. At some point, when I was about 24, I think, I was in college studying to be an accountant, which incredibly I didn't hate. But my scheme was I would do tax work 6 months out of the year and then draw and paint cartoons for 6 months out of the year. But around that time, I was going to science fiction and fantasy conventions, having good success, selling drawings and prints. And I decided at one point I was going to drop out of school and try to do art full-time for a year. And I told myself that if I had more money at the end of that year than I started with, then I wouldn't go back to school. And I did, and I didn't go back to school. So yeah, from about age 24, 25 on, I was full-time freelance. Generally went to science fiction and fantasy conventions a lot, sold prints, paintings, original art, and did comics as well. And eventually, I met Gary Winnick at one of the science fiction conventions, and he was working for Atari in 1984, and we became good friends. And at some point, he got an opportunity to work with the fledgling Lucasfilm Games division at Skywalker Ranch. And he asked me at one point if I wanted to come up and do some work for them. And I said yes, but I would only do so as an independent contractor. I didn't want to give up going to conventions and comics and all the variety of things I was doing to work full-time anywhere. But I worked for Lucasfilm Games division a lot between 85 and 91. Did box covers, did computer animation and things like that. But I kept on doing all my other stuff freelance as well. I did both character animation and games. And you have to remember, in those early games, like 85, 86, this is for the Commodore 64, the Amiga. The graphics were very crude, laughably so. We had a saying called "pixel as big as your head." We're talking about the good old days. We would have restrictions like a character could be maybe 30 pixels high, so an eye was like a pixel. So it was kind of a challenge to try to convey a character with 4 colors and 30 pixels to work with. But the technology changed very quickly, and by 1991 we had we were scanning in paintings into 256 color palette, et cetera, et cetera. So it seemed to me like there was 5 or 6 years there where the world changed dramatically and what was possible in computer game art. But prior then, I would just pencil out stuff and do, rough shapes and try to do the best I can in the restrictions that we had. All the software was proprietary at the time, so most of the animation tools I was using had been done in-house. I think there was a program called D-Paint that had been developed by Electronic Arts. We used that. But the stuff was pretty simple to use. In fact, the animation tools, if I think about the animation tools, for instance, that I was using for Bubsy, I thought of it as a program that you could learn in a half an hour. So the challenge really was making the most out of the pixels you had. Limited palette, limited number of pixels, small frame, limited number of frames. Especially because Bubsy was initially a Nintendo game, the cartridge games had more restriction than the PC games that same year. So a bit more restrictions. Well, certainly, I guess I'm probably well known for doing the box cover for Maniac Mansion. Although I didn't work on the game itself, I felt like I was in the room when Gary and Ron were doing that because I was coming out to the ranch and working on other games at the same time. So he would show me walkthroughs occasionally, and so I could see what they were doing. There was that. I'm trying to think. I guess the thing I was working on right before I started working for Accolade was a game called The Dig, and that was probably the most work I did on any single project, but we were in production for 6 months and then it was canceled. And all the work we did got shelved, which actually didn't bother me all that much because I guess in part because I understood the difference between when I was working for someone and providing a service for a company versus my own stuff. And I had properties and intellectual properties that I owned, and I was passionate about those. But when I was working for a company like LucasArts, I just considered myself a hired hand, and I would try to do my best to meet what the client needed, and that was my attitude. So when the project was shelved, I was kind of like, oh, the world won't get to see what we did, but it was just a part of what I was doing at the time. I still had my comics, I still had my own art. I took classes at the Academy of Art in San Francisco in 1988, 1989. And I'd been freelancing for 8 years at that point. Frankly, that was the first time I had enough money to go to art school. So it's kind of funny doing it backwards. But so I was at the Art Academy for a couple of semesters. It was a great experience. Met a lot of people there. And one of the people I met was Beckett Gladney, who I had classes with. Beckett originally, I'm trying to think, I think it was after we met, she got hired at Accolade as an art director designer, was a programmer, designer, developer at Accolade as well. So we kept in touch. She knew when I was working on The Dig. She knew when the project was canceled and I was available for other stuff. And Beckett was definitely the connection that got me to work on Bubsy. And the way that came about, as I recall, Mike Berlin was spearheading the project. He had the concept. He was the main writer-designer. And they were trying to do the character development in-house, and Beckett was doing design sketches. Those early designs were done by Beckett. They weren't done by me. And Beckett is a very talented, very competent illustrator, but she has a very realistic style. And cartoon animals is not her forte. So they really weren't happy with what was happening, and Beckett knew that if she wanted to look for a guy that did cartoon animals with an animation style, that I would be that guy. And so she asked me if I would do some character designs for Bubsy, and that would be in the fall of '91. And I kept business journals, which I still do. I have a daily record where I write in a few words what I did every day. Going all the way back to 1985. And I looked it up recently, and I went to Foster City to meet Mike Berlin in October of 1991. It was October 24th. And I remember going to his home, and he had seen my work. He had seen the sketches I did, and he was just completely elated that Beckett had gone out and found a cartoon animal hitman to do the design for Bubsy. So he was very happy with what he saw. No, I really wasn't. I really was the art hit guy. So my passion, my specialty was the visual representation of the character. Beckett, gave me an idea of what they were looking for. When I met Mike Berlin, he talked to me a little bit more about the personality, but I kind of got it. It's a cartoon animal, a side-scroller game. It wasn't, the concept or the niche wasn't completely new, though Bubsy was kind of unique. We did have a joke about the time that everybody in Hollywood was looking for a character with an edge or with an attitude. We kind of cracked up when, somebody suggested that's what we're looking for. But I kind of had an idea of you want to have a confident kind of character who's, kind of cocky and kind of clever and, energetic. So I think the first sketches I did out of the gate, Mike said, yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for. So I don't recall a lot of back and forth about the design. Pretty much the way Bubsy looked was what popped into my head the day they said, do some sketches of this character. In terms of the concept of the character, I just, it was unusual. I didn't go through a lot of back and forth about, let's try this. What do we need to change? All those sorts of things. I had an idea of what I thought the character should look like right away, and it worked for everybody. So I did model sheets for my own use eventually. I think I still have some Xeroxes of what those looked like, and I did model sheets as though other people might be drawing them. Though ultimately, I did all the advertising illustrations, all the box covers, and all the animation. So until they did ports for other platforms or licensed it to other countries, I pretty much did every visual representation of Bubsy that I knew about. Even though I had guides about the head shape and placement of the nose, where I thought everything should be. And a lot of that I kind of worked out in detail after I'd done the first basic designs. So there wasn't, in this case, there wasn't a lot of back and forth about in the design process. The T-shirt with the exclamation mark on the front, that had already been established when Beckett was doing the original visualizations. I needed to do a walk, a run, and a jump, and about 20 ways of dying. There's a lot of demises. I guess they would tell me we need to walk, we need to run, give a certain point of view, and a certain number of frames, and a certain number of pixels. What I usually do is I just roughed out on paper, maybe it might have even been in an 8-frame walk sequence or something like that. It wasn't a lot. So I just kind of had to work it out where I wanted the legs to land, where I wanted the body to be, in an 8-frame cycle. Not a whole lot different from what I did when I was 19 years old doing that 8mm animated film that we sent to Kodak. So I would rough it out on paper, and then I would probably take the computer program and in pixels, recreate the shape, and then start moving the pixels around to, render the character in each of the frames. And then run it through and see if it was smooth or jumpy or whatever. A lot of where the creativity was in doing the animations was coming up with making colorful ways for Bubsy to meet his demise, like getting electrocuted or flattened or whatnot, and the comedy in that we came up with. So it was a lot of that was just mostly carrying out ideas in what was really a few simple frames of animation. To be honest, I loved painting illustrations a lot more than I did doing the animations, because I could do my cartoon characters, but I could do all this rendering and stuff as well. So for instance, but all the advertising illos I got to do, this was one of my favorites. Of course, it's, you know, the painting didn't have any words or print on it. It's an example of a painting I did for advertising the Bubsy game. And this was like my favorite thing to do. The first painting, this one with the water splash, on that one I had a really tight deadline. And I can't remember why, but I remember that, you know, I got the call to go ahead, like, okay, we need the box cover. And I think I got the call on Monday afternoon. They needed it by Friday, which for me is like, oh yeah, okay, I can do that. You know, I want the job. I want to do that box cover, but that's a really tight time frame. And I remember Marla, the woman I'm married to now, we were dating at the time, and I had to cancel a date. I remember calling her up and saying, "I'm sorry, but you won't see me for 4 days. You know, I got this job and I got to do it." And she was a little pouty, but, you know, understood the hazards of dating an artist. Yeah, that was, you know, that was a long hours, you know. But by Friday morning it was done. I drove down to Accolade and delivered it, and went okay. I don't, and I didn't. Before I went to Accolade, I wrote a comic book called The Weasel Patrol, which actually had been optioned by Nickelodeon for a Saturday morning cartoon, and we worked with the studio to create the pilot, which did not kid test well, so it wasn't produced. But we did get paid well for the option and the opportunity to work on the pilot. So I had done cartoon pilots previous to my work for Accolade, but I was never involved in any adaptation of Bubsy, nor any of the foreign licensing. I know there was like a Japanese version and things like that, but I did not do that artwork. One of the things I remember is at one point, after the first game had been out for most of a year, Beckett showed me some fan letters that they had gotten from international sources. And there was this, you know, letter they had gotten from Japan where kids would do their version of Bubsy. And I was just like, you know, amazed that this character that I had done was being sketched out by kids in other countries. I just thought, wow, this stuff gets around. There wasn't a big break in my mind between, you know, the time that the first Bubsy was released, and even after the release, there was advertising illustrations that they wanted me to do. So I seem to recall working pretty much continuously for Accolade from, you know, fall of '91 through sometime maybe in '95, definitely through '95. And yes, I continued to work for other companies and do comics and other things during those years. Notably, I was able to do Dr. Watchdog for 5 issues of Disney Adventures during those years as well. It's probably the biggest print run I ever had. Anyway, but I probably was doing something for Accolade, you know, every quarter. So it felt like I had a pretty much a continual workflow from them throughout those years. I also did concept art for Deadlock, which was another Accolade game at the time, science fiction game. And I did, yeah, I did. Actually, Deadlock was a game I liked a lot and I played a lot. I pretty much was involved in the visualization part of it. But for instance, when the twins were created and all that, that's other people were coming up with those ideas and saying, you know, so Bubsy's going to have some twins now in the sequel, and other characters like the armadillo and whatnot. They just basically said, these are the characters, this is what we want to do, can you draw them up for us? So again, I was the art guy. There were other things like the Weasel Patrol where I was the story guy, but Accolade was not a place where I was a story guy. Yeah, they handed me the story, probably in script form, so it was up for me to just break down the panels and, you know, place the camera underneath the panels and decide how it was gonna flow through. And I always do thumbnail roughs for all my pages first, and I probably ran those by Accolade before I did the finished rendering. The comic book, of course, was painted. It took quite a good chunk of time. And I did most of my work at home, and I would come into Accolade and mostly interface with Beckett, and which continued to be true for the sequel as well. So even if there was an entirely different team, I probably came down to Accolade, said hi to all my friends, and delivered my work to Beckett, and that was kind of, talked to John about the contract, and so it was kind of business as usual. So there was a lot of things that happened behind the scenes, and that was true for probably most of the companies I worked for, that I just wasn't involved in. I just needed to focus on my professional role doing that job. Well, embarrassingly, I don't remember working on Bubsy's Fractured Fairy Tales. I'm not sure that I did. Sometimes there's work in illustration and artwork I did that gets adapted to, or gets used for a second product, and I'm unaware of it because I don't own any of that stuff, which again is okay. I'm paid well to do it, and I'm happy to have the work. So it may have been one of those things, but I don't recall anything about that particular project. They definitely kept me busy, particularly with the sequel. There was a comic book that came with Bubsy 2. I still have a copy of the comic book. It was a 10-page thing, and I did all the pages in my usual painted on illustration board style. I think John Skeel did some of the writing on this, and yeah, so that was it was a good bit of work. Another painting I did as a promotional poster. This is probably my favorite painting I did for Bubsy. It was not a box cover, but it was a poster illustration. Honestly, I don't know. I can't remember exactly what this poster was for. What I'm holding in my hand, I believe, was a centerfold from a trade magazine, and it had a lot of elements in it. So I had a lot of fun. Painting this. And this is, the paintings are where I could really, go nuts with color and rendering and so forth in ways that I couldn't do on the actual animation. Yeah, I am surprised, and part of it, I guess, is because when you're in the middle of this freelance career creating all this stuff, and you're working for different companies, and you're doing all this stuff, and in my mind, I thought to myself, any game that we do is going to be obsolete in 3 years, and something more spectacular is going to come out and follow it with, that's going to look better, have better technology, and all that. So I have been surprised at the interest and following that these older games have developed in recent years. And the other thing too is that I worked on so many things you never knew what was going to become famous later on. It's sort of like, for the people who worked on the Maltese Falcon back in 1941, when they're interviewed, they say, we were making a movie a week, and it was just another one of those. We didn't know it was going to become an icon. So sometimes it's like that. And there's other stuff that we thought was, equally cool at the time that's long forgotten. That's just the way it is. First of all, thank you so much for being an audience for what I've loved for so much of my life. I guess I want to say that I have this belief that your best work is the most fun work. There's certain things you do in the course of creating artwork, especially commercially, that is like a work or a job. But if you're enjoying it and you're having fun, that will be your best work. and I certainly think that has been true for me. So yeah, if you're not enjoying it, you probably should be doing something else. That usually holds true. And it holds true for most of the artists that I know, most of my contemporaries that I've had the honor to work with all these years. Well, thank you for being an audience, and I just have a lot of appreciation for all the other artists that inspired me along the way, and all the other artists who do work that we enjoy, and that's changed our lives.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Bubsy, 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 Bobcat.
I like it. Remember, I am a trained professional. I'll be back. Bye-bye.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Bubsy, 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 Bobcat.
Nothing can stop me now. Go for Baroque.
Uh-oh.
So my name is Ferran Thomason. Used to work at Atari back in the day, the producer for the infamous Bubsy. So way back in the day, I was always a big fan of video game systems, played the NES and the Atari, old school Atari when I was growing up. Initially, I went to film school, but then when I came back to California, you'd see these ads, earn money playing video games. So actually, I just applied for one of those ads in the paper. Back in the day in the Bay Area, there are a lot of video game companies, some that you've heard of, like Electronic Arts, Atari, and they're always looking for game testers. It's one of those jobs that you really don't believe exists. But they would run these ads, you'd apply, they'd put you in a room with a bunch of other like 20-something folks, and you'd sit there all day playing video games, probably more video games than you ever thought that you could imagine. Sometimes be careful what you wish for, because you could have 18-hour shifts and you'd just be sitting in a hot room with a bunch of other people trying to put holes in the game, write up bug reports. So it's not necessarily like the fantasy that everybody has in their head, but it was a great start, a great foot in the door to get into the game industry. When I first got to Atari, I tested a lot of Lynx games, including Lemmings, Jimmy Connors, Tennis. And once they started development for the Atari Jaguar, not only did we get to test the games, but we actually got to do a lot of level design and help create the video games. And I was able to kind of work my way up the ladder to become the producer for Bubsy and Fractured Furry Tales. A lot of the game testers that came in right as Atari was transitioning from the Lynx to the Jaguar, we had a lot of experience working with the developers, so upper management was more than willing to promote us into a producer position to manage all the games. In relationship to Accolade, they made a deal, so we had a few games that were planned to be done, Charles Barkley basketball, Brett Hull hockey, to name a few, and those games were kind of under my wing as well. Unfortunately, those games probably only were completed about 50%, and Bubsy was actually the only Accolade game that Atari was able to ship. So one of the cool things about working at a game company is that we had access to tons of video games. We actually had a budget to go out and buy various video games for Super Nintendo, Genesis, TurboGrafx-16. And everybody kind of put their hat in the ring to make a mascot game. Accolade's version of the mascot game was Bubsy. So he was kind of like a cat with attitude, the bobcat with attitude. He had a whole bunch of cute little voice samples that would happen when you played the game. And so it had some level of popularity. So I had played some Bubsy, I was familiar with it. And when it kind of came across my desk, I had already some familiarity about the game mechanics, how it played, what the character was all about, how it compared to other platform games like a Sonic or Mario. So I was kind of well suited to kind of hit the ground running to make the Jaguar version of Bubsy. The Atari Jaguar at that time did not have a mascot, so we kind of wanted a game that would fill that slot of a platform mascot game, since we didn't have one for our system. So when we got the deal from Accolade, it wasn't very specific on what the game could be. I believe the people that made the deal were just like, just make it a port of the Genesis or Super Nintendo version and put it on the Jaguar. But since those versions had already come out, we didn't think that would be like a compelling thing for the consumer. We thought that the consumer was going to want something new, a fresh take on Bubsy. So for the most part, we had a completely original game. However, when we first started the game, because the Jaguar had the 68,000 processor, similar to what the Sega Genesis had, there probably was some initial code to get the game up and running, but all of that was scrapped as we went further on in development. And there was really no plan to have like a direct one-to-one conversion of, say, the Sega or Super Nintendo version on the Atari. We wanted a whole fresh new game for our audience. We wanted something that could kind of, would have that same kind of edgy, whimsical appeal that Bubsy had. And we kind of based it off of the old Bullwinkle cartoons, because the Fractured Fairy Tales kind of appealed to both adults and kids. So we didn't want to completely make it like a, quote, kiddie game. We wanted to make it something that both older people and younger people could enjoy, and would have a little bit of a sense of humor that could kind of span those generations as well. So we wanted to make sure that it had a little bit of edge, but was still something that everybody could identify with. Kind of one of the flaws of the Jaguar was that from a development standpoint, it did have its quirks, which made it challenging for some of the developers to be able to wrap their head around it. In the case of Bubsy, because we're using that 68,000 processor, it kind of made it a little bit more easy for the developers to kind of bring all the different elements together, because the Sega Genesis, the Commodore Amiga, and other computers had actually used that microprocessor. So from that standpoint, because we weren't doing any 3D, it wasn't as difficult as the people making 3D games. So it was easier for the developers to wrap their head around it and get the game out on time and on budget. So I think he might have left Accolade at that point. So our interaction with Accolade was mainly, they would just deliver the assets. So all of the art that you would see, so like the animation, the images of Bubsy, all of the sound effects, all of the voices, those were all delivered to us. And then once we put together a build of the game where we combined the art, the audio, etc., we would then send it to Accolade, and then they would give us their comments, and if there were any changes, we'd make them and then resubmit it. However, I think he left Accolade at the time and didn't have very much input into the Jaguar version. I believe off the top of my head, it was probably around 10 folks in the UK. So they had like a designer, they had their artists, they had their sound designers, and they had their coders that did all of the programming. And then on our side, on the Atari side in Sunnyvale, we had a team of testers, which was probably about half a dozen, but it just depended on where the game was in the schedule, plus myself. So for video games made in that early 90s time frame, it was probably about the average size that you would expect of a game of that scope. The actual game was developed in the UK in a small town called Dewsbury, which was, I believe, like outside of Liverpool or Manchester. And so there was always this time difference. So you'd arrive to work at 9 o'clock in the morning. The developer would send a build of the game. You'd sit there, play through the game, pointing out all of the things that need to be changed. Did the character move too fast, too slow, etc. And then during the early process, I would handle most of that. I would also kind of assist in some of the level design. So is the game too hard, too easy, etc. And then because of the time difference, it kind of allowed us to work our full day. We would send over all of our comments, all of the bug reports to the UK. So when we returned to work the next day, we would have a fresh new build of the game. And as the game progressed a little bit more, the people in the UK would stay up a little later, we would stay up a little bit later. So we would have a little bit of time in common so that we could communicate on the phone and go over the various aspects of the game that needed to be changed. I think obviously the cool thing was that it was like getting the chance to actually produce a video game. That was awesome. Got to travel to the UK, got to work with a team of talented developers, got to work with a very popular brand in Bubsy, and the ability to manage that whole process was awesome. It was great. We got to work with the original artist from Bubsy, Ken Macklin, got to work with the folks at Accolade to try to make this like the best version of Bubsy that we could make within the confines of our schedule. I think the major criticism of the game is that the controls are a little fidgety. Some of the collision is a little bit off. So it would have been great if we had the time and the resources to go back and fix those aspects, because I think obviously it would have made the game play a little bit better. And the difficulty would have been in the game and not necessarily finding the controls or having some bad collision in the game. However, it was slated for a Christmas release, and we had to get that bad boy out to be on the shelves for Christmas time. So unfortunately, there were probably a few little corners that were cut. And like I said, the most important thing was kind of getting it out the door, since Christmas was going to be the big selling season. You know what? It's great. I think Bubsy has, like, on the internet, a very infamous history. It has a few of its detractors, but it has a lot of big fans, even the Jaguar versions. There are people that swear by the Atari Jaguar version of Bubsy, and it's really exciting to see the game get kind of like a second life in the world, and the people that can't afford a Jaguar can't go out and buy the cartridges just because they're rare and expensive. Now everybody gets a chance to play the game, And, you know, from my perspective, that's awesome. That's great. And I'm really glad to see people being able to rediscover the game and the game getting a second life. And hopefully along the way, we make some new fans of people that maybe weren't alive when Bubsy came out, or maybe didn't have a Jaguar, and allowing those people to kind of go in and discover the game for the first time, see what all of the internet memes and all of like kind of the hype is about, and let them experience the game for themselves. I just hope people enjoy the game. I love the fact that it's getting a second chance at life. It does have its detractors, but I think that if you give it a chance, it has a lot of that like hardcore 90s platformer style of video games. And I'm just really excited to see what the reaction of people that have never played the game before.
Oh, sure, let's all torch the Bubster.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sure, let's all torch the Bubster.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sure, let's all torch the Bubster. Sure, let's all torch the Bubster.
Uh-oh.
Bubsy, Bubsy, Bubsy.
What I'm about to show is one of the most heinous creations to the world of animation. Back in the 90s, Bubsy had an animated pilot, and you could only ever find this pilot on the PC version of the original Bubsy game. It's called Super Bubsy. It was basically just the first Bubsy game on PC. The added extra being that you got an animated pilot of what was going to be a cartoon series for Bubsy, and you know, it's going to be similar to like Super Mario Bros. 3 or Super Mario World or The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic Saturn, a cartoon series capitalizing video game mascot. This horrid piece of animation is so bad, so cringe, that it killed the idea of a Bubsy cartoon. It never got past the pilot. Of course, this isn't the first instance of a cartoon pilot of a video game. A more famous example being The Spirit of Christmas on Tiger's PGA Tour 99 on PC. Spirit of Christmas being the precursor or spiritual successor, one of the two, that would be made by Troy Parker and Matt Stone of South Park fame. Bubsy in this cartoon, he is voiced by Rob Paulson, better known in the animation industry as the voice of Pinky from Pinky and the Brain, as well as Animaniacs. He's done so many voices, but a few of his other examples being Raphael and Donatello in the 1987 and 2012 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoons, respectively. God help us, we're fucking watching all 4 parts. 4 parts, you can watch this on YouTube. I think it's like 22 minutes, or something like that. But I'm not looking forward to this fucking cartoon. I want to just go back and watch it anyway. There's a lot of references to each Bubsy game, such as in the museum of art school. It's a reference to it was a piss take game that someone did about Bubsy, and it got so much praise that the creator of Steven Universe, Rebecca Sigel, she actually gave and its sequel series, and the movie. Yeah, let's just fucking endure this pilot. And then after that, I will be doing both versions of Bubsy for the game. And this, the original PlayStation version with the 10 controls, and the refurbished edition, which is basically the fixed version of the game in control format. It doesn't fix the graphics. The graphics are still. So yeah. Fucking hell.
What could possibly go wrong? Come on, Bubsy will be right back. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, this pilot aired on Thanksgiving 1994. I don't remember the network it aired on, but that's all I know. It aired in Thanksgiving, it was only shown that once. That's part one, that was just the intro. Honestly, I think I'd rather watch Sonic Underground than continue on, but there's still 3 more parts, and we're actually not even into the thick of the episode, which is called What Could Possibly Go Wrong, which is Bubsy's catchphrase. Fucking hell.
You see? I told you it wouldn't take long. Bubsy is back! Okie dokie, Arnold. Time to rise and shine, old pal of mine.
Get in the truck. Not the 10 for the mud truck.
Come on, Arnold, old buddy. Wake up!
The truck is back.
Come on, snap to, Mr. Basket Case. It's me, the Prince of Personality, Bubsy.
Bubsy. Oh, worse than a truck.
Oh, come on. You know I'm your hero.
You're not.
Well, of course I am. I'm your hero, and you're my sidekick. Oh, please. Do we have to go through this every single morning?
No, don't want to be your sidekick.
Yeah, I know. You don't feel worthy. Hey, that happens when people are around me.
What's that?
Relax, it's just the twins. They're gonna celebrate their birthday with their Uncle Bubsy.
Oh, not the twins. Hide me.
All right, hide under the couch. All right, I'm coming.
Hi, Uncle Bubsy! Where's Arnold?
Under the couch. I couldn't resist.
Arnold!
No.
I don't want to play with me! No, he wants to play with me!
If I'm watching a shit cartoon, I'll watch another shit cartoon based
And
on
last
the
year,
90s
over
video game
10,000
icon.
armadillos were run over by trucks in the state of Texas alone. For many of the poor little fellows, this is the last sound they will ever hear.
Oh, the truck. Oh, hide me.
Arnold wants to play ball! Okay, Arnold, you're the ball!
Be careful, Arnold. Don't play too rough with the twins.
Hey, Terry, go long! She shoots! She scores!
Next, we'll be interviewing Virtual Reality, the inventor of an incredible new helmet that can turn your imagination into reality.
I like it.
This invention, if used responsibly, could someday stop war and famine. You minor kinks.
Oh boy! Bowling for duos!
Strike! All I need now is someone extremely brave to test the helmet.
You said you needed someone totally nuts. Hey, that's me. I'm totally nuts. Yo, Arnold, guess what?
What?
I, Bubsy, am going to be the one to test that still dangerous yet unbelievably potential-filled virtual reality helmet that could someday save the world. Why do you want to test it, Uncle Bubsy? Why? I'll tell you why. Because I am brave. Because I crave adventure. Because I need to go where no bobcat has ever gone before. And because I'm a hero, for crying out loud. If that's a crime, then book me.
Yay, Bubsy, yay!
Thank you. Let's go, Arnold. Hey, what could possibly go wrong?
Don't want to go.
I distinctly heard you say nuts.
No, I said brave.
Nuts.
Brave.
If I could get my paws on that helmet, I could finally live the lifestyle that I deserve. Buzz! Sid, come here at once!
Present. Sorry. Definitely. Oops.
What took you two so long?
Well, I was making a nice bouillabaisse, you see, and I was just about to add the coriander when Sid here just had to stick his big fat tongue in the pot.
Hot, 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 hot. Ooh.
Yes, things that are boiling are usually hot. Imbecile!
I really care what took you so long. It was a rhetorical question!
It's just that you're such a sophisticated and subtle person. It's hard for Sid and I to tell sometimes whether you're angry or not angry. Do you see, we're in a terrible quandary at times with... No, not my paw!
Now that I have your attention, I have a job for you to do. I want you to pay a visit to a Mr. Virtual Reality.
Hungry.
Apparently, he's created a helmet that could make me the richest and most powerful creature in the universe.
Come here, Mr. Buzz. Come here.
Now, as you know, I've clawed my way to the top to become the classiest kitten in this whole catatonic town. But I deserve more, much more. I deserve it all.
Yes, darling, of course you do.
Food. Comestibles.
Do we perhaps have something in our mouth? I didn't think so.
Point! Oh, nuts.
I'll get it, Virgil!
Hello, Bubsy Bobcat here. I called about testing the helmet.
Oh, yeah, good. Virgil's expecting you, Bucky.
That's Bubsy.
Okay, Booby.
Welcome. I am Virtual Reality, and you must be Bootsy.
That's Spunky.
Bubsy.
Oh, yeah.
It does not matter what your name is. The only requirement for testing the Virtual Reality helmet is bravery.
He means you have to be totally nuts.
Well, hey, I can handle it on both counts, guys. So, how's this puppy work?
Well, you just think of whatever you want and blink 2 times with your eyes. This will cause the electromagnetic impulses of your cerebral cortex to transmit...
Yada, 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 yada. Save it, Copernicus. Cut to the chase. I'm ready for the gusto. Let's think of something that really blows my hair back. Because I want to fly. What could possibly go wrong? I like it. Still, it might have been a little nicer to fly horizontally. Okay, what now, Egghead?
Give me... I'll take it.
Oh, no. Arnold, whatever you do, don't think of the truck.
What truck?
The truck!
Huh? Ah! Do something, Booby.
Bubsy.
Whatever.
Hand over the headgear, Arnie. Success! I was brilliant, and nothing went wrong.
Oh, my, you made my rash come back.
Virgilio, Virgimundo, you gotta lighten up, babe. Loosen the suspenders a little. In fact, you gotta lose your suspenders altogether.
Uncle Bubsy, we're bored. Yeah, can we play with the helmet now?
Absolutely not. The helmet is not a toy.
Yeah, I knew that. The helmet is not a toy. Besides, it's just for Virgil and me to play with. Right, Verge, old buddy?
Oh, here it comes! A commercial! A commercial! Bubsy will be right back! Oh!
That's part 2. I do like the fact that each part is cut when they go to commercial. That's cool. Two more parts to go, and this train wreck is done. We can move back on to Bubsy 3D, and I can go back to being mute.
Oh, we're back! Thank goodness! I was so scared. Now back to Bubsy. Oh!
My turn!
Oh, scared. The place kind of heights are too high. We'll take your mind off it. Think of something pleasant.
Huh? Oh, okay. Food. Ooh, hungry. Ooh, nice birdie. Come here.
You're always hungry.
Well, you know, I'm a shrew. If I don't eat every 10 minutes, I go mad.
Yes, well, in your case, I'd say it's a little too late.
I know.
Huh? What luck! This couldn't be more perfect.
My turn! My turn! So do I!
Now, if we play our cards correctly, you and I will get dinner for 2, and Allie will get her helmet.
Huh?
Now get ready. We're going to dive bomb them.
Yeah, but...
My turn! I win a pony! Giddy! Okay, now me! I want a dual overhead can fuel injected power boat! All right!
Oh boy, food!
You've had enough turns, now me!
Now let's see. Bunnies, bears. Recipes for bobcat. Bobcat à poivre with peppercorns. Oh, that would
Cake is good.
Naughty. You know, that was a very nasty thing you did to my idiotic accomplice. However, turn over the helmet so I can make you into a nice souffle.
Watch cake go boom, boom.
Oh boy! Let's play with the rat and the turkey!
I am not a turkey. I'm a buzzard. A majestic bird of prey.
Okay, so, Turkey, you wanna go on a roller coaster with us?
There is no roller coaster.
You wanna bet?
Hand me the helmet, please, Oblivia.
Excuse me, Mr. Bumpy, but the helmet is kind of, you know, gone.
Whoops. The twins must have it. Hey, we gotta try and get it back before they destroy the world, or worse! Oh, I gotta lay off those breakfast burritos.
What in the world is...
Hey, calm down, Arnold. What could possibly go wrong?
That's what?
My helmet has been stolen! The entire world can be destroyed in the blink of an eye!
Literally.
Virgil, always looking at the downside. Come on, Arnold. Let's be heroes and save the day. Oh, let's do it, Arnold. Let's take the bull by the horns. Let's beat the odds. Let's throw caution to the wind. It's time to be heroes, for crying out loud. I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Everything!
Huh?
Me that helmet!
Sick. Oh no, he's sick.
Oh, my.
I think the rat's gonna blow chunks. I bet the turkey chunks first. It's a bet.
I'm not a turkey!
Hey, turkey! Surrender before I'm forced to humble you!
I said I'm not a turkey, you walking flea hotel!
Terry! Now listen up! I've had just about enough of this roller coaster!
Us too, Uncle Bubsy. Yeah, we're bored. Here goes. Ready? Free fall!
Teresa! Stop this instant!
Okay. They should have worn their seatbelts.
Now, where are those two little monsters? They could do anything with that helmet. What exactly do you mean by that, Arnold?
No.
Huh? Terrence! Teresa! Come down here this minute!
Did you hear Uncle Bubsy? Yeah, I think he's calling us. Let's go find him. Okay. Ew, I stepped on something squishy. Me too. Uh-oh.
You!
We were only having fun. And if that's a crime, then book us.
Come here. Hey.
You should all be put in jail.
You see, if you had lost that helmet to the turkey and the rat, you could have easily destroyed the world.
But it's our birthday.
Oh, scared. Definitely scared of heights. They're too high.
Oh, shut up and listen to the plan, you ninny. Now then, I'm going to zero in on the little beasts, judge the proper trajectory and velocity, and release you like a bomb. A Boz bomb, if you will.
Ooh, bad plan. Not good. Bad plan.
It's a very good plan. You'll catch them totally by surprise and snatch the helmet. Good luck.
Yeah, but...
Good luck.
Bad plan. Bad...
What do you know? A flying rat. Well, Sydney, I see you finally have the helmet.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Bubby, I'm gonna make you a deal that's based on the hunch. The hunch being that you have a very, very small brain.
Did you say something?
I'll trade you the stale corn dog for the helmet.
Food? Whoa. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely food. Food is good. Helmet. What helmet?
Thank you.
If I'm not intruding, where's the helmet? You didn't trade it for food, did you, Sid? Then what's that hanging out of your disgusting little mouth?
A fuse?
Well, I did it. I saved the entire planet. And now, what could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong?
Success!
At last, Virtual Reality's helmet is all mine. Now I'll make myself rich beyond my wildest dreams. I'll start by wishing for a 50-carat ruby ring.
She's funny.
Next I want, let's see, what do I want? A mauve velvet love seat and a jacuzzi.
Oh, yes. She is funny.
Well, Allie, if you'll excuse us, we have some cooking to do.
Oh, yeah. Cooking is good. Yeah.
We can make great mud pies.
Yes, but you'll make it even better, Cacciatore.
Hey, babe, go do whatever blows your hair back. Bubsy will return after these messages.
Fourth part of this fucking monstrosity.
All right. Don't go catatonic on me. Bubsy is back. What went wrong? I lost the twins and the helmet. And worse than that, I was outsmarted by a turkey and a rat.
Technically speaking, you were outsmarted by a shrew and a buzzard. But either way, you've sentenced the universe to certain annihilation.
Thanks for the pep talk, Verge.
You track filth in the sky.
Get a grip, Arnie. I'm busy berating myself. I'm a catastrophic, cataclysmic boob cat.
Hey, stop there!
Oh, sorry, Arnold. I thought you were a wrench. I know. You don't have to say it, Arnie. I know you still believe in me. And if you're crazy enough to believe in me, why shouldn't I be crazy enough to believe in myself? I'm gonna go back out there, and I'm not coming back without the twins and the helmet.
Here, Bubsy, you can use my patented virtual reality helmet tracking device.
Yeah, it almost never blows up.
Thanks, guys, but no thanks. I'll just look up the turkey and the rat in the phone book instead. Okay, let's see here. Last name, Rat.
Shrew. He's a shrew.
I knew that. I was just testing you.
Come back here. Oh, I hate having to play with my food.
Oh, hello, Sid here.
Hello, Sid. This is Bubsy Bobcat, president and owner of Bubsy's Catering Service. Now, because of your incredibly small brain, you have been chosen to receive a free banquet dinner for 50.
Oh, my food, comestibles, edibles, woo!
Yeah, I'll bring you all the food right now. Just give me your address. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Your brain is indeed very, very small.
Did you just give that bobcat our address? You did! Oh, you moronic!
Buzz! Sid! This helmet is making me angry! Just look at what it's done to my hair!
Oh, Allie, darling, I know how important your hair is to you, but I fear I have some even more troublesome news.
What could be more troublesome than helmet hair?
Well, Sid here told that idiot bobcat the location of your lair.
I what?
He what?
Apparently he called on the phone.
Idiots! I'm surrounded by idiots! When the bobcat shows up, we simply refuse to answer the door.
Sublime brilliance!
Hello, Bubsy's Catering Service here for a Mr. Sid, the vicious shrew.
Oh, that's me, definitely.
All right, turkey. All right, rat. The game is over. The jig is up. The fat lady has sung. Now, hand that helmet over before I'm forced to humble you.
I don't think so. So, you think you're cute, huh?
I am both attractive and
stream into
intelligent.
just meme territory shit right here.
Do something, Sid! Use your imagination! Such as it is.
Corn dog! No. Corn dog with a B. Oh, no, wait. Corn dog with a B in a boy.
No, give me that!
Go for it, Terry! On second thought, don't go for it, Terry.
No, because it got cancelled after a season.
That's mine!
Hey! Olivia, take Buster to be my lawfully wedded...
Bubsy!
Give me that helmet!
Now you're all in hot water.
Why, you ungrateful turkey!
That's Buzzard! No! Oh!
Not the truck again.
Oh! Where is it?
I'll get it! Oh, definitely.
Gimme! I want my own TV show!
This week on Lifestyles of the Rich and Furry, we travel to beautiful Las Vegas. Naughty night spot of the classy Ella Cassandra.
I'll take that.
Yay, Uncle Bubsy!
Thank you.
Do something, Bitsy.
Come here, would you? That would be Bubsy! And of course I will.
Oh, what's that?
It's a neutron overload in the central core of the...
A what?
I'll tell you what it means. It means the helmet's gonna blow up on your head.
Take it off! It's too dangerous!
Not for me. I'm totally nuts, remember? Now, I'm gonna imagine something so mind-numbingly incredible that it will instantly save the day. Yes, no, yes. Yes, oh yes, I like it! Russ! I think I saw Elvis.
Oh, Bubsy, you did it! You saved the world as we know it!
Well, of course I did, babe. I'm a hero for crying out loud. And thank you for getting my name right.
I did?
Well, Arnie, old pal, it just goes to show you. You gotta live on the edge. You gotta go for the gusto. You gotta be a hero for crying out loud. I don't know about you, Arnold, but the thought of our next adventure already has me tingling with excitement.
No, I think the helmet's shorted out. You're probably just being electrocuted.
I knew that. I was just testing you, babe. Besides, what could possibly go wrong? Right, Arnie?
Through the pilot episode for Sonic Underground whilst I was watching the Bubsy pilot. The first episode of Sonic Underground. By the way, Sonic Underground is one of the worst Sonic cartoons. Period. Sonic X is first two seasons is up. Third season is really good. Sonic X even has its moments where it can actually be relatively okay. Underground's just no. That was the Bubsy pilot. Utterly terrible, as you could tell. But yeah, once I'm done kind of relaxing for a bit, we will get back right into the swing of things and continue on with Bubsy Purrfect selection. As we do Bubsy 3D, both the original and the refurbished edition. Make sure to follow me on all my socials, Kira Slane on Instagram, Muses Little Bitch, at Muses Little Bitch on Twitter, Goddess_Kira on YouTube, and of course Goddess_Kira on Twitch, where we'll be streaming every single day in March for the Stream-A-Thon. Tomorrow's stream, EA UFC 5, 8 PM, Greenwich Mean Time, British time, local standard time. I got nothing else to say.
emergency has been called by the Woolly military. As you may already know, a great catastrophe has befallen us that threatens to destroy our very woolly way of life. Bubsy Bobcat! Bubsy Bobcat is on Rayon!
We'll all be bopped!
Settle down! Settle down! Calm down! No one's going to be bopped on my watch! How could this have happened? Well, that's a bit of a long story, but here's the abridged version, approved for public dispersal by their Royal Highnesses, Queens Polly and Esther. Our magnificent queens devised an ingenious plan to steal all the wool balls of Earth, but they were foiled by the fiendish Bubsy Bobcat. Now our queens have developed an even more ingenious, if such a thing is possible, invasion plan. Unfortunately, they needed to get their furball out of the picture. Woo-hoo! So a crack troop of woolly commandos were sent to Earth. There, they fought bravely and captured the hideous beast, due in no small part to my brilliant tactical leadership. On the return trip, due to a slight technical difficulty, the rocket carrying the beast crashed and the Bobcat escaped! Woohoo! Now, if you see the Bobcat, do not, I repeat, do not approach it. It can be extremely dangerous when frightened by the average woolly. Report its whereabouts immediately to the nearest woolly soldier. We have stationed nose blowers and rock throwers throughout the area around the crash site. We anticipate having recaptured the creature in 2 shakes of a dogfish's tail. Any questions?
What does it want? What did we ever do to it?
We have our best people in woolly intelligence working on that right now. So far, all we know is that the creature's plan somehow revolves around collecting atoms and rockets. What it plans to do with these useless yet abundant natural resources, we have no idea. Our best scientists have been stumped by that very question for decades, and all they've come up with so far is a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. Why would this interest the furry fiend? Oh, again, we have no idea. Now then, I advise all citizens to remain in their homes until further notice. This meeting is...
I knew I should have taken that left turn at Uranus! Was it something I said? What could possibly go wrong? You wanna be a video game star. For starters, grab all the items you see. There's plenty of them in each level. And if you get enough of them, you'll be in for
some surprises! Ha! That's better! Now, what would a platform game be without platforms? I wonder if there's any extra lives up there. First come, first served! Now, if you lose a Bubsy, you'll start over here instead of at the beginning of the level. Ain't life grand? Goody! He shoots, he scores! I needed that! Yippee! A rocket! Find 31 more of these, and we're like yesterday's clams. Chowder here. Well, let's go get the other one. There's 2 on every level, you know.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So, you wanna be a video game star? For starters, grab all the items you see. There's plenty of them in each level. And if you get enough of them, you'll be in for some surprises. Ah, that's better. Woohoo! Now, if you lose a Bubsy, you'll start over here instead of at the beginning of the level. Ain't quite grand. Oh, look! An arrow! Aren't these game designers wonderful? Giving you a guidepost to help you find your way. How convenient! Once I grab its power up, Yippee! A rocket! Find 31 more of these, and we're like yesterday's clams. Chowder here. Well, let's go get that. There's 2 on every level, you know. Yowza!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What could possibly go wrong? Did I mention I don't like heights? More like a bridge too short.
Uh-oh.